Okay.
Thank you, Colton. So we're just a few minutes late. We're letting folks join us here and hopefully getting on remotely as well. So I know we've got Lori on, but we'll go ahead and call our meeting to order. We want to welcome Patsy Zeller. She's not listed on our list of board members that are present. She is a board member. She's finishing up her term though, so she is with us today. So welcome. And we'll go on to our review of the on-site packet.
Yes. Madam President, this is Carol Moreland, Executive Administrator. There's two things in your on-site packet. One of them being a document that contains all the public comments that were submitted to me about the APRN regulations. Some of them were also given verbally during the public hearing. Some of them were not, but that was part of the approval process for the APRN permanent regulations. Is that there was a 60-day comment period in which anyone can submit comments. And so you will find that document there, and it was also available for the board members to review who are coming today. And then the other thing is just a document that was sent to me that shows our compliance with reporting to the National Practitioner Database. They kind of do an audit on us. I think it's every other year, something like that. And I just wanted you to know that we're compliant. That means we're reporting to them what we should be reporting to them. So those are the two things in it.
Thank you, Carol. Okay, so additions and revisions to the board agenda. We do have some additions to the board agenda. Kathy Russell from National Council State Board of Nursing will be joining us at 10 to share a document that she's created. It's a template for decision-making for disciplinary committee. And then we have a couple of executive sessions that we'll be adding. One is, we'll hope to do it about 11 o'clock. And then we have another one that we can do as we see fit. Anything else for additions?
That's all I know.
Okay. I think there's motions that
Madam Chair, I move to approve the agenda as amended.
for a second.
This is the Andrew Goldsmith board member. I move second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Motion carries. Okay, moving down to announcements. I just want to take an opportunity to welcome everyone back. This is our, we had an opportunity to meet last winter for the strategic planning session. So I think most of us have seen each other at least once before, but we really haven't had the opportunity to engage in a face-to-face meeting and a board meeting like this. So welcome back. Welcome to the Landon building. This is the first time we've all been together here. The staff, I'm welcome to all of you. I think it's good to be in person and three-dimensional again. I've been that Charles is taller than I thought he was. We all look the same height. Welcome, everyone. And with that being said, I want to just take a minute and celebrate the board here. The Board of Nursing has a very tremendous, rich history. It was developed in 1913. And I want to remind us why we're here. Our mission of the Board of Nursing is to ensure that citizens of Kansas are safe and have competent practicing nurses and mental health technicians. And thank you for your service to this mission that we serve for. This isn't, this is not an easy board. I've heard Patsy say numerous times in her tenure on the board that this is not a resume building board. This is a working board. And it takes a lot of time and energy and dedication to serve on this board. And it's not something to be taken lightly. In addition to our mission, I want to share with you our agency philosophy. And that is that the Board of Nursing will act in accordance with the highest standards of ethics, accountability, efficiency, and openness. The board subscribes to the idea that safe nursing care is a public trust, and we approach our activities with a deep sense of purpose and responsibility. The public and regulated community alike can be assured of the balanced and sensible approach to the regulations that we enforce. And then finally, our core values of the board is that we value trustworthiness in each individual. We believe we can depend upon the act of integrity, honesty, sincerity, and fairness. We value respect for each person, recognizing that we all have an important role to play in achieving our organizational goals. We value continuous learning, which enhances individual and organizational growth. And we value competence in all board and staff, knowing that quality leadership, support, and service require knowledge, skills, and accountability. We value the effective communication through the ongoing interchange of ideas and information. We value collaboration in our work, processes, decision-making, recognizing when we involve others that are affected by our decisions, we strengthen those decisions that we make. So it's been a while since we've gathered like this, and I know we have board members that have been board members for a very long time, and we have some new faces and as well that have been on for as many years. I think we've all taken the state of Kansas oath of office, but I think it would be good for us to all recite it together. So if you would join me in that, I'd ask that you stand and repeat after me. We ask that you place your hand over your heart and state I.
I.
Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
United States
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and faithfully discharge the duties of my office.
and faithfully discharge the duties of my office.
So help me God.
So help me God.
So thank you all, and let it be noted for new and existing board members here that you have fulfilled or reaffirmed the oath and your commitment and the importance to this board and the dedication that you have to the citizens of the state of Kansas. Also like to offer in recognition of your service, we're going to start a new tradition. And this new tradition is a pin that you'll be able to wear at board functions and board meetings where you are representing the board. And we hope that you'll wear it with honor and pride. But as a board member, this is a lapel pin that we would like to gift to you. So there's one for each of you. Goes down. And then a special recognition, I want to, we've had Patsy Zeller join us today. I shared with you that her name's not on the agenda, but Patsy's been on the board for over 8 years now. And she served as our previous president. She carried us through the turmoils of COVID as president of the board. And I can assure you that the work of the president is very extensive, far more than I realized even as a board member. And I cannot imagine the hours that you spent during COVID, because I'm sure it was intense, and the dedication to the state of Kansas. I know she laughs now, but she really did. The family paid the price, and she did as well. So there's a special board pin that recognizes you as the board president, and we were very grateful for all the service that you've given us. Thanks. We have one more thing for you, and ask Carol if she'd like to say a few words.
Yes, okay. All the board members have a book in front of you called Fearless Success. And Juliana and Adrienne and I were at annual meeting. And John Foley was a keynote speaker. And he was a very dynamic keynote speaker. He is the former lead solo pilot for the Navy Blue Angels. Okay, now that may not mean much to you, but let me put it a different way. You know the movie Top Gun? He was the one flying, not Tom Cruise. So he's actually very, very good. And but he's kind of went into motivational speaking now. And his, you know, what he was talking to us about is how do you get from your current state to your future state? It requires combining operational excellence with a positive mindset. A big quote that he utilizes throughout that whole book is glad to be here. And that also talks about his belief about excellence. He just shared, you know, how he pursued excellence his whole life. I mean, he wanted to fly with the Blue Angels, but he didn't get accepted for a while, but he just kept trying, kept trying. So some things that he hits on in this book is how to lead through change, how to build high performance teams, how to elevate belief levels, how to execute with high trust, and how to unite a commitment culture. So we just thought it would be really good if all the board members had a copy of this book and have a chance to read the book. I think it'll be pretty easy reading for you. I haven't read all of mine yet, but he was a very dynamic person. I don't know if Juliana or Adrienne want to say anything in addition.
As Carol said, he ended by saying, "I'm glad to be here." And I've thought a lot about those words since I've heard him give that speech. And I would share with all of you, I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be part of this team. And I hope those words are meaningful to you after you.
Oh, I concur. Yes, definitely. It was a great.
We need to approve. We have the special board meeting that we had June 20th. I think you've got some minutes in your packets. Any corrections to those minutes?
Well, we can see. Put it in the next one. Yeah. it should be.
Adrian, she's. You got it.
Yeah, see.
Okay.
So we'll pause on those minutes until December. So we'll look at the June 29th board meeting. I didn't find it.
No.
Becky said she found it in
I
ours.
thought I read them.
We'll just table both. December. So what makes us speak this? Technology, we're gonna like.
Sorry, everybody.
All right. Well, we will table those two things and we'll take care of the minutes and agenda. So let's move on to the executive administrator and report.
I think you do have that. Okay, it's been a very busy quarter for our agency. Just to kind of let you know a little bit of what I've been doing. The upcoming NCSBN meetings are listed there. I do draw your attention to mid-year next year, March 28th and 30th in Seattle. Usually mid-year is the middle of March, but it's been moved to the end of March, which will be a problem with our board meeting. So I'm wondering if you would consider moving the board meeting up 2 weeks so that 2 or 3 of us can attend the mid-year and board meeting. But I think we're probably far enough out, we can get it changed on our website and all of you know, so hopefully you don't have big plans. So what would that be?
So March, 2 weeks would be the March 13 through 15, or we could do March 20 through 22. Either one of those. Not spring break. Most people are gonna be on spring break that weekend of the 13th, which is why I'm sent it to chair. I'm wondering if the week of the 20th through the 22nd might be better.
I agree. Yeah. Okay,
So March 20th through the 22nd.
okay, we'll get that changed. Just to kind of let you know, we continue with hybrid staffing for probably 70% of our staff. And as a reminder, that's remote with a minimum of 8 hours in the agency weekly. And I think that we're happy with that. And our performance indicators continue to look very, very good. So they're doing a great job with it. And I'm glad that they can do that, if I understand. Okay, board member terms are listed there. I do have some good news. We just heard from the governor's office Friday afternoon that there is a new board member. Name is Michaela Heiston. She comes from the Kansas City area. She was actually put in to fill the rest of Gwen's term. So her term will actually be July 1st of 2019 to June 30th of 2023. So we're not gonna have it very long, but that's how they do it when someone leaves in the middle of their term, is they find someone to fill the rest of that term. So it may not be a full 4 years. So she does take one of the RN positions. And then we have another vacant RN position, and then we have 2 vacant public member positions. It's my understanding from what I'm hearing, they are doing interviews over there. So perhaps we'll have some more in December. We did not have time when we heard about Michaela to get her in and have her ready for this meeting. You know, there's a lot of paperwork they have to do and stuff like that. So you'll definitely see her in December, and hopefully a few more new ones in December. Regulation revisions, regulations have been a busy part of what I've done this quarter. C&E regulation draft revisions. I did make the small one that I was asked to when it went through the Attorney General's office review the first time, and it's been back through Department of Administration and it's waiting for review at the Attorney General. So hopefully I'll have some information about that in December. The next one that's kind of been out there for a while is the revisions to the graduate nursing education regulations. You made the ones to the undergrad probably a year or so ago. And the thought was to also look at the graduate ones. So I will work on some possible revisions to that and bring it back in December to the Education Committee and see what you want done with that. And then the other regulation, of course, we'll hit on a little bit later is the economic. That's required a lot of time. We'll talk about that when we get to it. Strategic plan, you will have the finalized 2019-2022 strategic plan in the December 2022 board meeting packet, and then we'll have the other strategic plan in there also for you to look at. The budget fiscal year 23, 24, and 25 budgets. I've been working on them. They have to be submitted by the end of the day tomorrow, and they're pretty well done. But I just want to go back through them again and things like that. And then what happens after I submit them, the Division of Budget looks at them and makes their recommendation, and we usually hear about that like the Wednesday before Veterans Day. And then, you know, if we want to appeal something that they say, we have a few days to do that. And then it goes to the governor's office and they prepare their budget and stuff like that. So there's several steps to it. Just to kind of update you on Senate Sub for House Bill 2279 implementation. That's the one for the APRNs. The temporary rules and regs are in place for 120 days. 3 of them will expire, I believe, October 28th, and the other 4 would be only about 2 weeks behind that. I don't have it right in front of me. The permanent rules and regs, we did have a public hearing on September 6th. That was well attended. The comments, like I said, that I received during the 60-day comment period in the public hearing are available for you all to look at in the public documents. We continue to get accurate communication out regarding the content of the bill, the timelines, because there were 2 different timelines in there. So that's been very confusing for people. And one thing that we've kind of run into, the bill says that they must submit proof of malpractice insurance to get a license in Kansas, you know, for someone coming into Kansas and wanting it. Well, we're having some of them tell us that they cannot get it before they get licensed. So they're trying to give us a letter saying that they have an intent to get malpractice insurance. And we're not taking that since the bill says that they have to submit proof. But most of them are able to do it, but we've gotten a little bit of flack about that. The meetings I attended are listed there. And the projects, I think Adrian maybe is going to tell you about CE Broker a little bit, okay? But I will be working with them because our C&E position is open and probably will stay open until We understand exactly how CE Broker is going to impact that position, because I don't want to put somebody into it and then have the position change a lot. And we're hoping to have CE Broker maybe implemented by the end of the year, I believe, so. The annual report is pretty well done, but it will be also in the December 2022 board packet for you all to approve, so we can put it on our website, everything like that. And then there's a couple of, there's only one press release that's attached to this, and that just kind of overviews the business that was conducted at the annual meeting, kind of their press release that they put out. And then the only other thing, which I told you about, is that we received a compliant rating from National Practitioner Database, which is very good. Staff is doing a great job with that. So I think that's all I have. If anybody has questions.
I don't have any questions, but I would like to acknowledge, I think Colton might have a picture for us to share. If you wouldn't mind bringing that up. I want to just acknowledge Carol and all the work that she does. She was honored when we went to the National Council State Board of Nursing meeting for the annual meeting. She was honored for her 5-year commitment to her role here. This is the picture of her accepting her recognition as she crossed the stage. Carol's done a phenomenal job for the state of Kansas and all of us as nurses. We talked about Patsy serving during COVID, and Carol was the executive director during that time as well. And you can imagine that changes came and questions came, and what they must have encountered was nothing less than phenomenal work that they've done. So we are very honored to have you here. And not only does the state recognize that, but it's recognized nationally.
Very nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brenda, would you like to go next with staff report?
Thank you, Madam President, and members of the board. The practice specialist senior report is in the packet under staff report. You'll see the first table of case status. We're on track to again exceed over 2,000 cases for the year that require investigative time. At the time of this report, we had 293 cases that were open, 1,177 cases assigned. There is a gap between case assignment and the date the case is opened, and you'll see that later as I kind of talk you through the case processing. And that this is because we've had turnover in staff, cases get reassigned to different investigators who are still here. And we have also, since we joined the Nurse Licensure Compact in 2019, before, when the license would lapse, we would close out the case and activate the case. Well, we were having to reopen cases from before when there's reinstatements, or we find that there's a collision practice in the state of Kansas. So we're reopening old cases that were never closed out to begin with. So that's why you see the log of several years worth of cases that are currently open. The ones though that are from previous to 2019, those are all currently open, and those should hopefully close out those years. You'll see the complaint statistics. Sworn complaints still averages around the 25% of the complaints that we received are sworn. Cases by quarter, we break that down for impairment and abuse, and those are still consistent. KNAP submitted their annual report, and these are the statistics for those. The graphs are also attached in my practice report, and KNAP has also new staff. They have a new executive director, Leslie Suister, and a new program manager, Elizabeth Anderson. So we're working to get to know them and work better together as well, just like we did with the previous. The processing standards for fiscal year 2022, I always kind of bring up the performance-based budget metrics that we have to meet. One of them is that we review the complaints received from the agency within 2 weeks, and we're at a 91.19% when our target goal is 90%. If you recall back on July 1st, we changed things of how we were doing things internally because we were not meeting that 90%. And so this is showing us that we are. The average day to review a complaint when it comes in is currently at 9.46 days. Percentage of investigations complete within 9 months of opening the case for fiscal year 2022 to date We're at 48.37%. This is up from the mid-20s%, I think, for last year. Target goal is 90%. So we're still not meeting that, but it reflects that some of the issues we've identified is that some of the information was not logged into a spreadsheet due to turnover of staff. I didn't realize there was a log that we needed to close out certain things on this spreadsheet. So therefore, some things were not getting logged correctly. So we've identified that, and that should hopefully help a few of those things. Then also the investigative committee, they mentioned about the 90% of cases and whether or not it's, could we break that down by violation type or whatever going forward. Those are things that we can consider going forward as we look at processing steps. The number of nurses that are practicing without a current license, we had 121 for fiscal year. Recall that with one of the executive orders, I'll say one of them, not all of them, but one of the executive orders extended the renewal period for all licensees, and that expired on August 28th of 2021. And after that timeframe, we saw a significant number of reinstatement applications because people failed to renew their license on time. So the 121, I don't expect to see that again this next fiscal year. But we did have a measure in place to be able to process our part of those applications timely so that we return the nursing workforce back to the floor where they needed to be. We did also see 5 imposter cases this last year. So that has been an interesting development. So we're working on a process to make sure that when we do identify those, all the means of who else we need to discuss that with, if it's like, the OAG's office, the Attorney General's office, or if it's like it's criminal court or anything of that nature we need to look at. So we're identifying all those things too, to kind of work with other agencies. You'll see also that we do open records. We still do those, and we average for fiscal year 2022, we had 90 requests. At the time of the report, I had 3 in process. I have 1 that is still pending. The average days taken to produce the request for fiscal year 2022 was 30.29 days. So I had one of our new staff, she's phenomenal with data. And so she calculated from 2019 to present, the average number of days to produce requests for open records, and it's at 34 days. So we're so consistent across those years. The types of requests generally asked for are investigative and disciplinary documents, but we've also been seeing that other types of requests include licensing files, education reports, and data for research measures. Requesters come from other state boards of nursing, attorneys, licensing, applicants, and then those people who are wanting to do research. So it's getting to be a little bit more than just the investigative file that they're wanting access to, or a disciplinary order. And so it's making it a little bit more fun, I guess. Lack of a better word. Supervisory, from Board of Retreat that we had several open positions, and I am pleased to say that we are down to just having 1 open position, and the team is here, so I want to recognize them. Hannah Dejani as our administrative specialist, would you please stand? She's a wealth of knowledge in data analytics, and we're pleased to have her. We have 2 part-time RN investigators. As you know, we looked at hiring part-time. So we hired Stacy Scott and Suzanne Foreman. We also promoted Evan Faulkner into a special investigator senior position. So he will be assuming more duties than already has. So, well, wonderful. They also joined the team members, our veterans, Deb Putnella and Ruth Humbert. And then we have Richard Young, Randy Moss, and Abigail Stutzman. And that rounds out our staff. Their collective nursing background encompasses experience in med-surg, OB, ICU, dialysis, NICU, psych, and home health. So like I said, Evan and Hannah come with an extra compliment to us from the technology and the data analytics. So we're thrilled. So I think with just 1 position left to fill, I think we're primed now to really start tackling the case investigating processing steps. So thank you. You have in your report also the practice calls, and Hannah also helped us put this visual depiction for you together because we say we're busy, and this clearly shows that we are. During the pandemic, Ruth Humbert, one of our investigators, consistently and steadfastly helped answer these questions during the pandemic and kept up with all the changes in executive orders and routed questions that she didn't understand to Carol and I to kind of figure out, was there a change or not a change, and how do we answer? So she was a godsend during those times too. So I just want to make sure we give credit to her for that as well. The update on the investigative process changes, I said I would be able to kind of explain this a little bit more to you. And we've talked about the investigative meeting, choosing to go to monthly meetings, hopefully by December 2022 or after that board meeting. Attached and to this on page 5, we've continued to evaluate and plan for this. We recall that the considerations of logistics and legal issues, and we've discussed meetings versus virtual or in person. We've discussed open meeting versus CAPA. All of these things are still being discussed, and I've not heard anything formal yet, to my knowledge. Committee commitment was also explained previously that the investigative committee requires commitment. So that is something to consider from the board membership. In June, we also heard from KNAP, the Kansas Nurse Assistance Program, as to their program and how they work with us with licensees who are referred there for chemical dependency and or mental health issues. So scrolling on down into the next page, you'll see the case investigation process steps. And we've overlaid this with the performance-based budget metrics. You'll see the 91.19% mentioned there, and you'll see the 48.37% as well. Recall that we talked about the Journal of Nursing Regulation article on operation efficiency that was published in April 2022. And the study had responses from 10 boards of nursing that indicated the caseload average per investigator was 10. Our investigators average between 50 and 350, depending on their length of time here at the agency. So we're nowhere near 60. The number of investigative steps was 10 identified in the article, and we had 8, but many of those 8 have subparts. In the investigative committee, we explained and drilled down into the subpoena process and why sometimes that can take on average 1 month, or it can take up to almost 3 months just for a subpoena process to get documents produced for evidence. So that can elongate the case processing investigation timeframe. If everything works, we could easily probably hit the 9 months, but there are barriers to that, and we're looking at all of those things. And I will say that the staff is very solution focused. They will find issues, but they also look to see what are other states doing. Are we able to do this? Can we implement this? We try things, figure out, how we can work things better. So I applaud the team. We've also done surveys with other boards of nursing to see what their processing steps are. So, the challenges also create opportunities. So we're excited where we're going. So meetings that we've attended, both in virtual, and I just thank you for allowing us to continue to, improve our processes. I stand for questions. I don't stand.
Thank you very much, Linda. It's nice to meet your team, and you are doing excellent work. It is 10 o'clock and it's very timely. Kathy Russell is going to be joining us and sharing a process flow map that was developed at National Council of State Board of Nursing with regard to the disciplinary process. I know that you've had the chance to look at it, I believe.
I do, and we make copies for each board member.
So I love your comments too, maybe after Kathy presents. Kathy's gonna lay.
Or it's inherited.
Hello, everyone. Would you like me to get started?
Hi, Kathy. Yes, thanks for joining us.
Oh, thanks for inviting me. I really appreciate it. I'm going to mute myself for just a minute, clear my throat. Okay, that's better. I'm going to share my screen. First, you should see some flowers, and then you'll see a PowerPoint. Okay, I need someone to allow me to share my screen. It's the host disabled participant screen sharing.
You should have it now.
Okay. There we go. You should see some flowers right about now, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, they're beautiful.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna hopefully put up my slides. Okay, hold on one second. I have to swap. There you go. Now you should see my slides, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I have a little barky dog next to me. So I keep a pack of treats right near. She's getting very spoiled since work at home. I must say that. So I gave her one before we started, but she's becoming very intelligent and knows how to get another. All right. Okay, well, thank you for inviting me to speak about this. I presented at the annual meeting, both to the president's session and to the executive officer session. This work that we did as a result of a strategic objective. So I'm happy to present it today. First, I should introduce myself. I'm sure some of the staff know me, but I know directors change from time to time. So I'm Kathleen Russell. I'm an attorney and a nurse. I've been at NCSBN for 10 years now, and I've worked on a variety of projects. My main portfolio relates to discipline. So in that comes fraud and investigation of fraud and investigation of complaints. I run the Board of Nursing investigator training twice a year and a discipline case management conference. And then my portfolio gets sprinkled with other things. Somehow I've been assigned to opioids and marijuana, and sometimes other interesting things like member board profiles. So it's a varied portfolio, but it's mainly related to discipline. So this work that I'm presenting today was an initiative from NCSBN's 2020 to 2022 strategic initiatives. And this was objective 2. And the goal was to enhance consistency in decision-making based on criteria that minimize the level of regulatory controls while optimizing public protection. So what does that mean? So in the beginning of our work, we were developing only a disciplinary decision framework. And then our strategic goal was broadened to include a framework that would improve consistency in public protection to more than disciplinary actions. And we realized, we went and presented our work from time to time to David Benton, our CEO, and other people on the group that were involved. And it just seemed like we couldn't make a decision-making process for discipline if we didn't look above that. And so then the goal expanded, and you'll see what I mean by that. So when I say this was group work, it was. And this is basically what we did over a period of time, at least 1 year since I was appointed to it. And I think they'd been working on it before that. And the group was largely staff from boards of nursing that volunteered to be on this project. And they were staff not only from the US, but also from Canada, and also staff from NCSBN. And then we had people who could observe our work and give comment if they wanted to also. Specifically, what did we review? Well, we reviewed Regulation 2030. Now, I'm not sure if you all remember that or if you were invited to it, but it was a number of years ago where David Benton got people together, or regulators together, who are people, right? Regulators together from all over the world. And we came up with concept maps. And if you ever want to read about it, it's in the Journal of Nursing Regulation. The other thing that we did was we looked at models of regulation all over the country and Canada. And then we looked at regulation philosophies from 11 different directions and disciplinary matrices or models from 12 different jurisdictions, as well as an old pathway that we had made called the regulatory decision pathway in 2014. So we took all those things to answer these questions. What are the important concepts, characteristics, and dimensions that should lead our work? What principles would be useful, and what framework examples are available? So, like I said, we backed it up. We were doing discipline, and then we realized we needed to start from something. So we were given permission to work on a guiding nursing regulation philosophy. And so I'll show you that. So I'm not going to read this mouthful of sentences. You have a screen, you can see that. And I would like you to look at these words. And I will tell you, this underwent many revisions, and consensus was achieved with all of these words. I mean, they were changed a lot, but this is what the group, and when we presented it to the board of directors of NCSBN, this is what they accepted as a guiding nursing regulation philosophy. Now, I don't think you'll disagree with this. You might not always meet this in exactly this way, but it is a goal to achieve. So how do we get there? Okay, so we have to come up with principles. Okay, so we came up with 3 principles, and they were based on our review of materials, and again, achieve consensus, but not without questions. Like I said, as we were developing the philosophy and principles, someone asked, are we supposed to be doing this already? Will we be measured by this? And then we talked about how all nursing regulatory bodies or boards of nursing may not have processes in place to analyze risk and continuously monitor for risk, but these principles are aspirational and guiding. Can you pardon me for 1 minute? Okay, my husband's trying to call her because I'm sorry, people, she can't have anything to read. He's very cute and very tiny. So what we realized was that NCSBN provides many resources already to realize these principles. So let's look at the principles. Risk analysis, you're familiar with that. The nursing, and let me stop and say, nursing regulatory body means Board of Nursing. We decided to be more global in our talking about boards of nursing, because even in the US, some boards are not called a Board of Nursing. The Washington State is called a nursing commission. And then, of course, those all around the world have different names. A lot of times council, Canada calls them colleges. So NCSBN is now using this acronym NRB, Nursing Regulatory Body. It doesn't roll off the tongue like boards of nursing, so you'll see me go back and forth from time to time. So anyways, first principle is risk analysis. To integrate the analysis of risk and monitoring and evaluation into each step of your regulatory cycle. The second principle is proportionate and appropriately balanced regulatory processes. Now, as you review that definition there, balanced with interdependent factors leading to processes that are purposeful, proportionate, and appropriately balanced. Some of those words might seem familiar to you because some of those words are used in Just Culture, which we believe influences this discipline pathway and the guiding nursing regulation philosophy, as well as right touch regulation. So instead of naming the principle by someone's theory or other name, we just put it out here as proportionate and appropriately balanced regulatory processes. And the last principle is evaluating regulatory process and performance, so that the board should develop measures to evaluate process and performance that are evidence-based, proportionate, and a whole lot of other adjectives there that you can read. So I'm sure you wouldn't disagree with any of these principles. If you do, speak now or forever hold your peace. Sorry. Okay, so how do you get to these? Okay, these are big and lofty principles. You may not have done all of these things, or the next board of nursing I talk to may not have all these processes in place. So what can NCSBN offer you? So NCSBN, following down that risk analysis, has various resources for operations. Recently, the NCSBN Nursing Education Approval Guidelines were developed with boards of nursing, and those guidelines are a resource for you to prevent risk or to diminish risk when you're evaluating a school, a nursing program. Canada has some entry-level competencies for practice of registered and licensed practical nurses. And then, we have NCSBN's recent study about the outcomes of substance use disorder monitoring programs for nurses. And so that study came up with a list of things that show effectiveness in someone completing an alternative to discipline or a monitoring program. What do we have for the proportionate and appropriately balanced principle? Well, we do have resources for regulatory processes. We do have NCSBN's Model Act and Rules, which were revised just last year. We have the uniform licensure requirements. And now today we will have the disciplinary decision pathway. What resources do we have for nursing regulatory body evaluation? Well, you have your either sunrise or sunset provisions and review that you go through. And then NCSBN is creating a regulatory excellence accreditation system. Some of you know that we used to have the core system that evaluated the regulatory body. We've moved away from that and are developing a new system of accreditation so that will help you in evaluating your own board of nursing. So let's go back for 1 second. So these are the resources and the principles. And now we'll talk about how we use this work, to inform the disciplinary decision pathway. Okay, and so the goals of this are the same as the goals in 2014. The goal is we have to protect the public. We want to incorporate just culture principles, and we want to increase consistency in discipline. It's designed for the Board of Nursing investigation and discipline decisions, but it's specifically for cases of practice errors or unprofessional conduct. You can't make a pathway that works for every single complaint that comes to the Board of Nursing. You have to tailor them sometimes. And it focuses, again, on patient safety, and then whether there was system failure or choices by the nurse that contributed to the error. And again, that the board decision would be proportionate and appropriately balanced. So we used the concepts, characteristics, and dimensions from the literature and Regulation 2030, all the different board materials. The work group came together, and what we learned is the majority of jurisdictions do not have a specific model or matrix for disciplinary decisions. There are a few that have a very significant and detailed matrix or model. And that's not what this disciplinary decision analysis was created for. It was created for the majority of the boards that would like to have something to use to be more consistent in their decisions. Okay, so this is what it looks like, and we will take this apart piece by piece. So I will tell you that, again, much discussion, much revision. The group achieved consensus on the model. So we'll look at it piece by piece. So the first thing is the definition. I've kind of told you that already, but this is what's on the pathway. In bold, you see it's for practice errors and unprofessional conduct, and that it's going to help you determine system failure, and behavioral choices related to the error. And then it's going to use mitigating and aggravating factors to help you consider the proportionate and appropriately balanced action. So two main steps in this is the first step is to examine the evidence that came to the Board of Nursing via investigation. And we're going to look at a series of behavioral choices and determine if the nurse's accountability fit into one of these buckets: human error, at-risk behavior, reckless behavior, or bad intent. But the key starting point is this. You don't start this model with the investigator who gets the complaint and is assigned to review to investigate and find the evidence. This model is used once the evidence is collected. And then once it's collected, then we're going to look at how we put that evidence into this pathway and how we can help find a consistent, or it is a consistent method of analysis. So these are the questions that are asked in the pathway. And you'll see that these are things that are not unusual to you. These are things that you've considered before. We're looking at deliberate harm, we're looking at concealment, taking a substantial risk. Does the person have a history of errors, remediation at the facility? And could a reasonably prudent nurse have done the same thing? Again, quite a bit of revision here, but most important is that that we answer these questions in a specific order, and they are discussion points for you. So what happens when you answer those questions? The pathway leads you to error accountability, human error, at risk, reckless, bad intent. And this is an opportunity, again, for discussion from the board that's making this decision. So there are several discussion points. Step 2 now is, once you've got all that evidence, you have the error accountability, you have to develop or determine a proportionate and appropriately balanced action using that behavioral choice and aggravating and mitigating factors to come up with your determination. So the aggravating and mitigating factors are something I'm sure you're all aware of. They're used in every board's processes to help determine what the disciplinary action should be. And so on our pathway, we list a few. These are the aggravating and these are the mitigating. Now you'll see there's just a few, but if we listed them all, this would be many, many pages long. But these are the things we want you to make sure that you consider in your mitigating and aggravating factors, but you can certainly consider others that come up in the process. So once analyzing that, now we're going to come up with this matrix. So we have human error. Your questions led to human error. You're assessing the mitigating and aggravating factors, and then you're moving down to consider for human error whether no action is warranted or are actions warranted. And so you see for human error, it's kind of light. Is it an advisory letter, a warning, a letter of concern, focused remediation? Now, you may call these things by different names. We have 59 boards of nursing. If we used every example, again, this would be many, many pages long. And these are the other 3 in the matrix. So you'll see the first step, assessing mitigating and aggravating factors, is always the same. But you'll see at risk, the disciplinary actions move up a step. Now we're talking about focused remediation, reprimand, maybe probation with conditions, maybe an alternative to discipline for practice, or even a suspension. Again, the mitigating and aggravating factors will help you determine that. And that's another point of discussion for the board. So reckless, again, it goes up a step. Bad intent goes up another step. All right, so it makes much more sense if we can use an example. So this is Avery, and Avery is taking care of patients in a trauma patient in the ER. And she was the one administering IV fluids, medications, and documenting their administration. Packed cells, a blood transfusion was ordered. At some point, another staff member handed the first unit of packed cells to Avery and said, here's the blood for your patient. Avery administered the packed cells. And if you're a nurse, you know, very specific process and procedure here. That 2-person check of the unit of the blood, and then another check at the patient's bedside. Well, somehow Avery in this busy emergency room thought that was done already, and she gave the blood, and that unit of blood was not intended for Avery's patient. So what do we know about Avery? She graduated 2 years ago. She's worked in the emergency department for 6 months. She's had no other errors. Her license is clear. She was very responsive during the disciplinary review process. And she noted that she appreciated the risk of her actions. So now I'm going to give you the pathway with the facts on the side and ask you in just, 2 or so minutes to answer the questions yourself and come up with the appropriate box, the error accountability. And then I'll show you what I thought. Okay, well, I lied. I'm not giving you 2 full minutes. That was like 30 seconds already, and you should be done. Okay, I'm going to show you mine. Okay. Again, using the investigatory evidence. Okay, you have all that evidence that I presented to you. So were the actions of the nurse intended to deliberately harm the patient? No. Were there significant circumstances involving the system which contributed to the error? I say yes. It was very busy, maybe some of that influenced things, could be. Did the nurse conceal the error or falsify the records? We have no information that says that she did, so we'll say no. Did she disregard or consciously, and the word here is consciously, take a substantial risk? I don't think she consciously did this. She thought someone had checked this. So I'll answer no there. But that question there could bring to a point of discussion among the board. I could see that as as just a point where not everybody might feel the same way. That next question, is there an employment history of similar or serious errors by this nurse? Not that we know of. Okay, could a reasonably prudent nurse have done the same in similar circumstances? Here's a question that'll point to discussion. Some may feel no, some may feel yes. So if you felt that a reasonably prudent nurse would have at least said, did you check the blood? Then this would lead you to an error accountability of at risk. Okay, but if you came to the conclusion, maybe you have a little bit more evidence than is here, you could say no, or you could say yes, another reasonably prudent nurse could have done the same in similar circumstances. That would lead you to human error. So again, big point of discussion at this question. So where do we go now? Now we're going to have to look at the aggravating and mitigating factors and determine what the action is. So if you chose at risk, say you all came to consensus of at risk, now you have to pick a disciplinary action. And again, the names of yours might be different than the ones down there. But she was a new nurse, 2 years in practice. She'd been working 6 months in the ER, no errors, unencumbered. She was responsive. She didn't knowingly create a risk for more than one patient. So you might come up with, that the mitigating factors, weighed heavier. The system issues, the communication breakdown, interruptions, chaotic environment. And so you might come out with a reprimand, but perhaps your board decides that this is much more important and a much bigger error, and that could lead maybe to probation. So that's where your discussion point comes from. You've all moved from the evidence all the way through the pathway, now down to the mitigating and aggravating to come up with the discipline. Now, if we chose human error, same thing, assessing mitigating and aggravating factors, and then considering those lower level actions. Let's look at one more scenario. This is Sam. It's a very quiet night. 2 units of Paxils were ordered for Sam's patient. He could not locate another staff member when it came time to administer the blood. So he performed a one-person verification of the transfusion record in the unit and a bedside verification, and he began the transfusion. Now, he signed the transfusion record, but he left the cosigner signature area blank. He was a nurse of 15 years, working at this hospital for a year. He'd been reported several times to the hospital, not to the board, for minor medication errors and once for not following proper procedure. And his nursing license was unencumbered. So what's your conclusion? I'll give you some time again to answer the questions and figure out the appropriate box. I feel like I should put that song from, what is that game? Someone can do it. Do, 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 do. Jeopardy, that's the name of the song. Sorry, I knew it was right there. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what I thought. Okay, did he intend to deliberately harm the patient? No. Were there significant circumstances, system circumstances? Perhaps. Why was the unit so short-staffed? Why couldn't he find someone else? Maybe there was some influence. Did the nurse conceal the error or falsify the records? No. Did the nurse disregard or consciously take a substantial risk? Well, if there's a policy and procedure that says you should do it X, Y, and Z, and you consciously went against that, you're taking a risk. So that would lead you right down to reckless. Now, did anyone there come up with something different? No? Okay. So, you might have had a discussion if everyone didn't come to the same box, but I think it's pretty clear he did not follow policy and procedure. So then we're going to go to the same thing that we went through before. We're going to look at all the same aggravating and mitigating factors to determine the action. So, this person, I'm looking, he didn't commit for an act for personal gain. It was only one act of misconduct this time. Was the patient vulnerable? No, but he had 15 years experience that, he should have been doing, following policy and procedure. And he had some, past facility issues. Mitigating, isolated event, maybe some system issues. Didn't look like it was a chaotic environment. Perhaps the evidence says the policies and procedures were very clear. He had no past complaints. I don't know. We have an even aggravating and mitigating factors. We don't have so much. So maybe focused remediation, maybe a suspension plus focused remediation or conditions. Perhaps even, a probation. I don't know. What would you all think of this group, of this type of discipline for this particular case?
There's somebody in the hospital.
Yes, that could come and check that. Yes. So that leans on the aggravating side. Yes, yes. And he knows 15 years, he knows the policy. Yes. So yeah, this could be enough for a suspension. Okay. Probably not so much a revocation or a surrender, but you see where this is the discussion point you're pointing out. That's a big aggravating factor. You know, you could get on the phone and call the nursing supervisor, come check this blood with me. Okay. So do you see where you have discussion points along the way? And the consistency in it is that you're following the same pathway for everyone. You're following the same aggravating and mitigating factors for everyone. And you have those discussion points where you can come to consensus. So that's how it helps make you have consistent disciplinary decisions, because you're following the same process all the time. So on our website is a page for the guiding nursing regulation philosophy. You see down there the address for it. You could just type into our website, you know, in the search philosophy, and this would probably pop right up. And we have all the resources that we used along the way, all that regulation 2030 that I talked about, and some of the other information. There's a review of sunrise provisions, those competencies that we talked about from Canada, the evidence-based nursing education program review. So all that's available for you there. Also, there's a webpage for disciplinary decision pathway. Now, I will tell you, this is a members only resource. We don't really need everyone and their brother to look at your process. And we don't know that this is your process. So we don't want you to be measured against something you haven't adopted. So when you would sign into this page, it would have a little lock by it, and you would sign in via your passport. Okay. And it goes through the whole pathway again. So what questions do you have for me? I'm going to stop sharing so I can see you all.
I don't have a question, but I really appreciate your process.
Oh, great, great. Thank you.
And Adri does serve on our investigative committee, and she's,
First term.
yeah.
Okay, okay. Yes.
Kathy, this is Linda Davies. How do you determine intent?
Intent. Okay. Did the patient intend to harm someone? That part?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Those are few and far between. Okay. Because a nurse can intend not to follow policy and procedure. Okay. So they can substantially take a risk, but that's very different from intending to harm. Now, there's the famous story of the good nurse, Charles Cullen, who practiced in several states, just taking insulin and going into the IV room and squirting insulin into random IV bags. He intended to hurt people. So you should very rarely come up with a case where someone intended to hurt someone. They may take a risk, and that's different than intending to hurt. Does that make sense?
Kathy, we really appreciate your time. I think after Adrian and Carol and I saw this at the annual meeting, I think this is exactly what maybe we had been talking about at our strategic retreat, and having a flow chart like this. So
Yes.
Becky commented during your presentation about how helpful this is for new folks. It took
Very helpful.
yeah.
It took me 6 years to get there.
Pardon me?
On sheet.
Yeah,
She said it took 6 years to get there.
Oh, it took 6
me.
years.
For her, yeah.
To figure it out, that
Yes.
it's all, you've got it spot on, but it took me that long to figure that out. You've got it.
Yes.
Beautiful.
All right. Well, it was a group effort.
Wow.
So you can always download the PDF of the disciplinary decision pathway. I can also send you some glossies so that you would have, those tend to, they're pretty, but they're, they get lost too. So let me know if you would like some of those. Otherwise, you can always download the PDF.
well, we very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Great, great. Well, thanks so much for letting me come and talk to you today. All right. Everybody knows my email, so you can follow up with me. Would you like me to send you a copy of this PowerPoint by PDF?
Oh, yes, please.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Adrian, should I send it to you?
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right. Thanks, everyone. Have a great rest of your meeting.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Kathy.
I think it'll be less overwhelming to your people. Use this as a guide,
Oh, I think so.
in my opinion, instead of just sitting there and trying to, learn by osmosis and watching and hearing. If this will speed up.
Well, and it is so overwhelming, and
It
yet
is
this is such a simplistic description of it, so it takes a complex process and really breaks
Right,
it down.
you're right. Beautiful.
Linda, anything else from your report? You had a great segue into Kathy's presentation, so we just kind of.
No, we've been looking at like one of the state boards of nursing does like the sanction reference guidelines. And so I think Jim had mentioned it at the strategic planning committee as well, or planning meeting as well. And I think that, going forward, we're looking to see how we align and are consistent in assigning discipline to a violation type. So I think the decision pathway with all the changes that we're currently doing is going to help us get to that point to where we can show consistency and valid discipline for certain things. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, Adrian, you want to go first?
Okay. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. It's been another incredibly busy quarter. I keep thinking at some point I'll be like, wow, it's all normal, but no such luck. I wanted to do some introductions of the staff that could be down here. Obviously, we have a portion of them upstairs running the office, so I couldn't have everybody down here at this time. But would like to introduce our newest member of the team. Most of you know her, Michelle Brown in the back. Formerly of education, but has now joined us on the ops team. She's still kind of bled over because we haven't filled the position quite yet. So we're using her in two capacities, but she's been tremendously helpful to myself and the ops team. She's going to be updating our COOP plan, which is our continuity of operations plan. We've had it in place for several years now. And, after we experienced COVID and some of those type of things, we've noticed some areas that we need to tighten that up a little bit. We also have policies and procedures that we're in the process of updating. And so those will all be kind of embedded within the COOP as well as from all the various departments. We're trying to get all of that together. So there might be at some point we'll be asking you guys for some information because the board members are part of the COOP plan. And so we will share that with you per the state guidelines once we have it ready. She's also going to help me with HR processes of some of the filing. And so I may be asking for information from you guys. One of the things that we're hoping to get is an updated emergency contact. So if we do have people coming to board meetings, it's been a little while. So we'll be asking for that, and she will be keeping track of that in the personnel files. And then at some point, once we have her role position filled and kind of trained, she'll be helping with some of the eGov calls, which is our online support to kind of help Colton some as well. So that'll be nice. And then she will also be collecting all of the security assessments, which thank you, almost everybody's done. So I'll put one more plug in to please have that completed as soon as possible because it's a state requirement and I actually have to turn that in. They are going out to a new vendor, so it's going to shut down here before too long. I would also like to introduce a newer employee of ours, Sharon Oxton, is in the back. And Sharon has been absolutely wonderful to have on the team. She's our document management specialist. She's helping get all of our documents converted, which is a critically important step. We have a room that, I'm not kidding, it's probably about as big as this room that is full of paper, and we're in a big process of getting all the records electronic. We received a gracious grant from the state to do that. Sharon is working with that. She's done wonderful stuff for the investigators. I know they really very much appreciate getting that documents electronic. Just as a little example for some statistics of what I can see, at least at this point, we've converted 243,000 plus documents or images, which equates out to about 31,000 documents within the past few quarters. And so I had to chuckle as when I was upstairs yesterday after the meetings, I could hear something squeaking and I could hear Sharon's scanner squeaking. So she's literally burning the bits off the thing. Which is awesome. You know, we'll take those fixes again. So we're in the process of sending information out to our contracted vendor to do some big bulk scanning. And we're anticipating an additional 1.4 million images into the system, hopefully within the next year or so. So it's a big process, a big task, and we're very appreciative. Would also like to, most of you know Rayanne, but she's the licensing manager. Her team, Barb, Karen, and Jackie, they do an absolutely marvelous job in the licensing operations. We are operating what I think is at a peak performance all the way through COVID. They really kept the operation running. The area that you will find the complaints the fastest is there because people want their apps and renewals and reinstatements. I mean, they're really anxious to get that stuff going. So they get just a tremendous amount of calls and emails, and not as many walk-ins as we used to, but definitely since all the processes are becoming electronic, they're doing a fantastic job. And she audits the team for speed and accuracy. And I'm happy to report that very consistently they're in the upper 98 to 100% portions, which means they're processing all applications within 3 days of a receipt of a complete application. I mean, we can't help somebody if they don't give us everything that we need. But that is incredible to be able to do that with such a small team. And so kudos to Ray and the team. And then Tony is working on the infrastructure support. Many of you know that we've been talking about moving a data center, which is our entire operations. The company that we used was, I don't want to say bought out, but they merged with another organization, which does happen with technology from time to time. And so we must move our information systems to a new location. So we're ironing out the contracts, and I'm happy to say that I think as of the end of this week, we might have that in place. And once we get that completed, we'll be taking down the network and scheduling it here before the end of the year to make that change. He's also been doing a lot of updates for data extracts and those sorts of things. We've had a lot of requirements that we have to do for the legislature. And so he's been changing, converting a lot of those. And then the cybersecurity updates to the systems is almost a never ending thing. And then Colton, as you see on the screen, I'd like to thank him as well. This hybrid meeting, we kind of came up with. So it seems to be working pretty well so far. Kudos to Colton for keeping the staff and the board. We'll be working with you on the laptops. Him and Tony have been working. I apologize that we maybe have a few little kinks here and there, but these things literally just came in. So we wanted to get them to you as fast as we could. So they did some work over the weekend, got the machines to you. I promise we'll get you some good instructions that go with it now that we're kind of seeing how it goes through. But we needed to make that change before the next meeting because we don't know whether or not we'll be seeing you in person. So thank you, team, for all the work that you guys are doing. It does make my job easier to be able to do what I need to do on my end as the director of operations. I myself have had an incredibly busy quarter. I've been working with Carol on the agency budget, which is a lot of projections and things that we have to figure out way in advance. My biggest report that I perform each year, which is the agency 3-year strategic plan, was also due the same week. And so I didn't share it with you in this particular report because it actually has to go and be compiled into a statewide support report. So I have actually sent that off to the powers that be, and they're doing some checks, and assuming that it passes everything that they want, will be published in the state, and it will go to the legislature. And it basically aligns with the 3-year strategic agency strategic plans, and then it's kind of gets more granular. And then we've highlighted some areas of successes that we have done for the board. The paper to digital initiative is a huge one. That's a big one for us. We thought that the hybrid work model is working well. I know the investigators and the staff that are doing it are very much appreciate it, and I think they're doing a wonderful job adapting. It's been a learning curve for all parties, and so it's been wonderful to work with all of them. We're actually the 2 new part-time staff. We're doing kind of a model office test to see how it works. Going unplugging, being able to unplug and do all the computers. So if that works, we're going to hopefully shift to that area. And then I will say on the cybersecurity front, it's been a huge task of mine this year. We've been working on different policies and procedures to create for the non-cabinet agencies, and Juliana and Carol have both been updated frequently, but we're putting incident response plans, CJIS, which is the criminal justice information handling. I would like to thank Charles as well, because we're passing a lot of the information to him. Our data sharing agreements, which has been a huge task for us, but he's been helping us a lot as we got through the finer details of all the legalities. And that is one of the final things that we're working on with CD Broker. I'm happy to report I received that last night. So hopefully we'll get that processed and signed. Assuming that everything works okay, we'll be kicking off that project real soon. So that's been a big effort. And then another one on the horizon is the update of the licensure system, which I know we have a little bit in the new business. So I don't know if you want me to talk about it now or wait until then. You can mark it off your stuff if you want me to.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, well, basically what we're doing is we're looking to upgrade the licensure system, and we gave an update in the finance committee. It's going to be hopefully done in 2 phases. The first phase, I like to say, is almost like building the foundation of a house. You're getting the main stuff in place, the upgrade to the code, that sort of things. We're hoping to add the data analytics components into this particular phase if possible, because we're being asked for a lot of information. And these graphical kind of looks and information is what we're going for, so that we don't, we will have the capability to produce raw data, of course, but we're looking for the visual type analytics. And so I would like to get to that so that when we get them into the case management system, we have all of those components in place. So that will be a big focus. It does have a fiscal impact. We have a majority of that particular portion covered. There's a slight enhancement that we need to do. The other section is a larger one, which will be adding on the mobile friendly component so that it's responsive. If you're on a cell phone, which most of our population are experiencing our services with, you don't have to zoom in on your phone, it just responds to you. That's a big portion. We want to be able to add documents and those sorts of things, which sounds like it should be easy, but it's a lot. You have to do a lot of security and those sorts of things behind it. And then probably one of the biggest things is to add a case management component. That's long overdue, so we need to get that going. All of it depends on funding and approval from the state. And so, we'll be working towards that. So that's going to take a lot of time. Some staff are going to be going to a users conference next week. Carol, myself, Tony, and IT, and Evan will be joining from the investigative department. We're going to go see what some of their new services are, allow us opportunities to network and that sort of thing, and get to know the parties a little better. It's been a few years since I've got to see them in person, so that'll be kind of nice. In the report down clear at the bottom, you'll see another big change that we did, and I think it worked pretty well. The office is getting a little bit of a refresh. I've been with the agency for 22 years. And some of that furniture predates me, so I have no idea how old it is. I would guess it's at least 25 years old. Some of it was in bad shape, it was starting to fall apart. So it was nice to be able to do a bit of a refresh. We put a nice new sign in the lobby, kind of made it look a little more modern. Got these kind of tables in the library so that we're not using the old foldable ones and dragging them across the floor. That was really nice. New chairs, that sort of thing. And then a much needed update to Carol's office for the board's request. Thank you for doing that from the IT perspective. It was, not easy to move that old one around to do changes and keep it in one piece. So we did add a nice new screen in her office, which we immediately used for data analytics and budget. It was wonderful to be able to see the data on the screen, instead of everybody huddled around a laptop. So that was really nice, and I appreciate the board doing that. And then lastly, on the NCSBN front, I have been very, very, very busy with that. I'm serving as their treasurer for another year. Will be the end of my second term as treasurer. I'm heading into my last term, which will be a total of 8 years on the board of directors. We get exposure to information and stuff similar to what you just received, as well as a whole lot of other things. I did a treasurer's report for the organization at the annual meeting, and was involved in various things for that. One of the things that I'm going to be doing here in a couple weeks is their board meeting, but kind of doing a dual role. The Chief Information Technology Officer for Kansas, Secretary Burns Wallace, has graciously approved me to attend the NASIO conference, which is the National Association of State Chief Information Officers, which is a nonprofit organization. It's to foster government excellence through leadership, quality business practice, information and technology. It's all the heads of the IT for governments across the United States, and I'll be representing the non-cabinet agencies at that meeting. And then I'm also kind of doing it in a dual capacity that I'm going for NCSBN as well, the board of directors, since it's a nonprofit organization. So I'll be wearing 2 hats at that meeting. And I just want to again thank the staff that helped support me to be able to do some of this type of things, and as well as the board and Carol, this executive administrator. It's been a very rewarding experience, and so that's my report.
Thank you very much. You're obviously very busy. She really do.
And the furniture does look nice, Adrian, thank you.
Yeah.
Like, very nice up there,
Good.
very nice.
You've done a great job with yesterday's meeting and then allowing some participants here virtually today. And so all these IT changes are a lot of work and it's going very well.
It's a team effort. I appreciate it.
Okay, we may pause right here for one of our executive sessions. If there's a board member that might like to make a
Who
motion.
would like to read this motion? Not me. How much, I'm just asking, Charles, how much time do you think you probably need in this? I guess 10 minutes for questions and everything?
Which one is it?
It's the one that involves the outside counsel. That's why I'm asking
Oh,
if only 10
Probably
minutes.
15 or 20.
Okay, 20, what about 20?
Want to leave this off, say 20 and reconvene that. You say it's 11:20. Think you gotta move. Okay.
You guys don't have to move back there. Okay, go ahead. We're gonna move.
Oh, we're gonna move?
We're gonna move. I'll leave you there that way.
So I need to read it.
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
Pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2, I move that the board recess into executive session for 20 minutes and reconvene at 11:20 a.m. The meeting will reconvene by Zoom and in room 509 Land Office Building at 900 Southwest Jackson, Topeka Street, 66612. As stated in the notice of the meeting that was sent to individuals who requested the notice and is published on the board's website at www.ksbn.kansas.gov. The justification is consulted with the board's legal counsel, Assistant Attorney General Charles Macheers, did I say that right? Okay. And outside counsel Charles Branson that would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship. The subject matter to be discussed in the executive session concerns legal issues regarding KORA, nursing programs and education. The board's executive administrator, Carol Moran, and director of operations, Adrian Guerrero, is included in the client. A second. Andrew Goldsmith, board member, second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Any opposed signify by saying no. Motion carries.
Okay, those of us involved in the executive session, we're gonna go down the hallway.
Meeting.
Oh, 1 second, I think Colton's gotta get back on.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
All these fancy technology.
You are good to go.
Thanks, Colton. So we will reconvene our meeting 11:20, so we'll get started again. And is there a motion that anyone would like to make regarding the information we discussed tonight?
I move that the board approve the release and settlement agreement relating to Cora.
I'll second that motion.
Do that.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay. Thank you very much. Now go back to our agenda. Nell, I think you're next.
Well, thank you, Madam President and members of the board. The education report is actually a little bit, for me, a little bit shorter this time. My busy season is coming up. And so a couple things I will mention. I think it's good in some respects. We haven't had as many changes this quarter as we have maybe in the past. Bethel College does have a new leadership for them. They had an interim, and actually Becky Bartel is coming in as a new interim director, assistant professor for Bethel College, and Sarah Masson, who was doing the interim role, is going to stay on as the assistant director for the Department of Nursing at Bethel. One thing I failed to put in the report, but I wanted to let you know, as you all know, last year Pratt Community College's ADN program was discontinued, and we got a letter June 30th or middle of June stating that the PN program is also being discontinued as of June 30th of this year. So I think that they found some issues with faculty and some other things, so they determined that it was best just to discontinue both at that time. So I wanted to make sure I got that said. Most of the activities and things that we have, I did see an uptick in some of the, it seemed like we had more FQRs. I did a lot of work with folks this year. I think there's still some faculty issues going on. There's just like the nursing shortage is causing problems for facilities. Education is feeling that pinch too. And so I'm seeing a lot of requests for adjunct faculty, a lot of new people coming in. So that just takes some time to get all that resolved, and I appreciate our program administrators and the work they do to get that done and timely. We've had an uptick in our international, number of international folks that are applying for licensing here in Kansas. And so I've also been keeping up with those reports and reviewing those. I did want to mention after the initiation of the IELTS, also for our English proficiency, we have seen one of those reports come through. So appreciate you all doing that. I think I was absent at the June meeting. That. Petitioners, I just want to make a quick comment there. I know in the past we've done some looking at statistics. I'm not seeing a lot of changes, but it's an interesting fact. I'm seeing a lot more inquiries from folks who are past their 5-year point. And I don't know that that means anything, but there are a lot of people it seemed like are interested, but that going back to a nursing program always kind of hits them a little bit hard. But I think that the other part of that is that the number of petitioners that we have, we're still seeing a lot of them that just don't finish. And so I don't know if there's, it seems like, I try to do what I can to, I don't do a lot of reminders, it's their responsibility, but I do try to, for the ones that at least have some communication along the way, I do try to send at least one reminder during the time period. I don't know if that helps or not, but I have a lot of them who submit the petition and then I never hear from them. So it's still, that hasn't changed much, but I just thought that was an interesting fact. One of the things we have been working on this quarter, all of the data for the education annual report was due in June.
And we are working with NCSBN. This is our second year. I think the process went a lot smoother for the programs this year. We did have a couple things and NCSBN was very good about working with us to resolve any of those issues. Technology is great, but every once in a while we just have a glitch we can't quite figure out. But that did create a couple of delays, and it wasn't necessarily the intent. The programs were intending to get them submitted on time, but because of that delay, to let you know that we did not get the education annual report data back before the packet went out. And instead of trying to do that all in an onsite, that's a lot of data. We determined to put the annual report to you all. Our education annual report will come in December, along with the NCSBN core data survey. They've been trying to get their pilot summary done. And like our board, we find out sometimes that priorities come up that have to be dealt with. And so they're a little bit behind where they wanted to be with that, but I'm really hoping. They thought it would be out in August and they're just a little bit behind that. So I think we'll have that for the December meeting as well. I think other than that, the only thing I would mention, did attend the Kansas Nurse Educator Conference this year in Wichita. Appreciate being able to do that. It again, back in person for the first time in a while. It's good to hear everybody. And I was really impressed. I forgot to write her name down. I feel really badly about that, but the keynote speaker was a gal who's done a lot of work with disability and nursing education and with students and has a lot of really good data. It's something I'm hoping I can, most of the educators were already there and heard her speak. She's the author of something called Nurse Prep, which is really, it's not a preparation kind of thing, but it's looking at how we take care of ourselves as nurses, how that factors into civility. And she's got a whole program that can help students and help other nurses. And a lot of the educators got that information. And I thought that was very, very helpful. This is a time when we're seeing a lot of, I think, issues in the nursing programs, complaints that I get. Sometimes I feel like lean toward that incivility issue. And although there's not a regulation that regulates civility, we do often refer back to what their responsibilities are as students when I hear from them, back to the schools as well. So the Associate Degree Nurse Educators Conference, which is done every year, is going to be in October 27th and 28th this year. And that's going to be in El Dorado at Butler Community College. They're doing best practice strategies to develop clinical judgment. As many of you know or may not know, but I'll bring up the NCSBN Next Gen NCLEX exam is still due to start April of 2023. So that's been a big push. Clinical judgment is a big piece of that model. And so programs, it was the other thing that was talked about at the Nurse Educator Conference. They're looking at how clinical judgment can be built into programs and help students, because that's really what's going to push, even though the exam won't change completely over, 70% of the exam will look like it has before. There's 6 new exam types that really look at clinical judgment, because I feel like for safety, new nurses, if they have sound clinical judgment, you can learn a lot of the other things as you go. But I think the questions are intended to get to that a little more clearly. So those are things that a lot of the nurse educators are looking at and getting help with. So I think that was all I wanted to mention. We did have the program administrator meeting and update on Monday again this year for the first time in person in 3 years. So it was good to have everybody back together. We were not able to record the meeting this year. Investigating was going on at the same time. It was one thing we hadn't thought about ahead, but I have all the slides available and talked with them all about that. So hopefully it had a really good attendance. I think we only had 5 administrators who were not able to be there, and 3 of those let me know ahead of time. So it was a really good turnout. I appreciate that. I think that's all I have. Just site visit wise, we have, I thought I was going to have 5, we now have 8. So it will be busy next quarter. They will all be in person as of right now. And so it will be good to be back doing that all in person.
Thank you for your time and if any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Thank you very much for your work. Great job. Okay, well, it is 11:30, so it might be a good time for us to pause and maybe take our lunch break now. I would encourage you to take a moment and go up and walk through the agency and see their new furnishings and thank the staff, if you would please, for all of their hard work and dedication. They do a lot, and especially have tolerated a lot. From us. They like to hear that from others. We will reconvene our meeting then at noon. We can get some lunch and take a little break.
Just if you're going up to 10th floor, this elevator bank over here only has one elevator working. And this is kind of a busy time, but you can take the north elevators.
I'll see.
Oh, really? I'm gonna go ahead and start.
I'm sorry, just say you're ready to start.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and get started. I know folks didn't have much time to eat, so please feel free to keep eating. Wow. Our agenda is fairly lengthy left to go, and I want to make sure we get through it. Please don't stop eating.
You are good whenever if you're waiting on me.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we'll start with our committee reports and start with Education Committee. I know it says that I chaired that. I did not. Patsy chaired that for us, so I will let her.
Okay. Meeting went fairly quickly. Janelle had already talked about the annual report issues, so I really just have motions. I think that would be all would be, so I'll start with those. It was moved to accept the site visit report for Rasmussen University ADM program and reapprove the ADM program for a period of national accreditations. All recommendations were completed in given timeframes.
Is there a second?
Andrew Goldsmith, board member, I second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstention? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Donlin College PN program to add a day cohort of 25 students to the January admission timeframe beginning January 20th, 23.
Is there a second?
I'll second Melissa Arpaio as a board member.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Barton Community College PN program to add a satellite location for 30 additional students annually on the campus of Pratt Community College.
There's
Andrew Goldsmith, board member, I second.
any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Baker University BSN program to increase the hours from 2 to 2.5 in NU 486 transition to nursing practice didactic course.
Andrew Watson, I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Washburn Tech to change didactic courses PNS 101, PNS 152, and PNS 221 from in-person to hybrid delivery.
I'll second Melissa Arpaio as a board member.
Any discussion? All in favor by signifying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the initial nursing program application by Ottawa University to offer a BSN program at the Overland Park location with a site visit to occur before approval is given to admit students.
Rebecca Sander, board member, I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the revision to KAR 60-2-103 as written. Agricultural Board Member, second. I just might say that this revision was around PM preceptors. And we'd already done some work on that. Thank you.
All those in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Yes. Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
You would move to approve the petition for permission to test retest summary from May 28, 2022 through August 12, 2022, which includes Stephanie Norick, Sienna Bateman, Maria Calavini, and Juliana Menza.
I'll second Melissa Ortega as a board member.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstention? Motion carried.
That's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Great, investigative committee? Rebecca?
Madam Chair, we met Monday. We had 68 total cases that we reviewed. 18 had no action. 50 cases resulted in disciplinary action being taken. The disciplinary range from CNEs, fines, and public censure, license limitations, clean valves, and revocations. The investigative committee also heard their process changes and discussed that Linda presented a little bit earlier in the little overview about being able to begin the monthly meetings beginning in January 2023. And after discussion, we thought because of the hiring of new staff, new board members to be appointed, new committee member assignments to our committee, and to allow for training of all, it was recommended that the start date for when the investigative committee would begin to meet more timely would coincide with the fiscal year 2024 or July 1, 2023. It would allow for some more comparison of data. She really started to collect all that. So we were recommending and we supported the suggestion to start July of 2023. That's December's right around the corner. Because there's a lot of exploring, there's a lot of still questions, that we're trying to figure out, and processes, and the review of the whole thing is very healthy. It's been very healthy, and so we've come up with new processes and stuff that to get ready to rock and roll and stuff. Absolutely. Doesn't it sound like with all new stuff going on and the dad is helping guide us, that she's starting to collect, that's helping guide us a lot on how to shore up those processes so we can really, begin to do something in July of 2023. Board's permission. That's all. Board. No motion? Okay.
Any discussion?
Any questions at all?
Melissa? Parent committee?
Oh, Madam.
Sorry, I just get mine. Go ahead.
Madam President, unfortunately, we were unable to have a meeting due to no quorum.
We'll encourage folks to attend that meeting. Okay, I might hand the meeting over to you so I can get the CNE. And I don't have a lot of updates. I think most of it is covered in these motions. It was moved to return the long-term provider 5-year renewal application to Hutchinson Community College and request resubmission after review of the check.
It moved and seconded. Any discussion? So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. So sorry, I forgot about Lori. Any abstention? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application for Institute for Natural Resources LT 01400927 with changes.
Giovanni Boneo, second. It's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was a move to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application for Kansas Hospital Association.
I'll second Melissa Orpez, a board member.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application for Wesley Medical Center.
Andrea Watson, board member, I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application for Wichita State University LT 0090-0327 with the reminders to have the long-term provider statement on any advertisement or brochure and to ensure that there is current references.
So anyone else second? Thank you. It has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Any abstention? Motion carries.
It was moved to extend long-term providership for Stormont Vale Health Center LT 0072-0538 through December 31st of 2022.
I'll second Melissa Orpez, a board member.
It has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider application for aesthetic learning lab and with reminder to have times on the agenda and the outlook.
Andrea Watson, board member, I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider application for Dr. G, the NP, as presented.
Giovanni Bonell, second. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider application for Heart Healthcare Solutions LLC.
Melissa Orpez, a board member, I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstention? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider application for NP Certification Academy LLC with reminder to have times on the agenda and outline and a reminder for current bibliography.
Andrea Watson, board member, I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstention? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider application for Paris Health Training Services contingent upon 2 complete proposed offerings submitted, including instructors, education, and experience, and the inclusion of times on the course outline.
Andrea Watson, board member, I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, well, thank you.
Okay, so going back to the agenda. Rebecca, you wanna
Yeah.
give us the practice?
Okay. The practice committee met and continued discussion as to a comparison chart on the scope of practice for the RN and LPN. And we're currently in the process of aligning the Kansas Nurse Practice Act to the competency areas. So she gave your report earlier on the kinds of calls and the volume and the topics. And so we're using all this data and information to hopefully guide us to having some kind of a resource that people can go to before they call. If I answer their questions first. So hopefully that will be coming. And then I do have a motion. It was moved to accept the standards of practice legislation 60-7-105 as presented.
I'll second board member Melissa Ortega.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
That is my report. Thank you.
And then we had finance committee this morning. There's no actions. I think you heard much of the update between Carol's report and Adrian's report this morning. Carol will be working on budget that will get submitted tomorrow. And otherwise, we are just a month and a half into the fiscal year and things are going along as expected. There's no big changes in the budget. You see it this way. There is no action on those this morning. Okay, moving down to unfinished business, our permanent regulation revisions.
Okay, this is Carol Moreland, Administrator. In your board packet under unfinished business are the permanent regulation proposed revisions for the APRN bill. And just as a reminder, anything that is struck through would be deleted. Anything that's underlined is new information. And these changes were made in response to Senate sub for House Bill 2279 that was passed. These have been all the way through the process. There are temp regulations in place right now that match these. The language is not different in the permanent, other than the temp just has a little sentence that says that it's effective like July 1st, something like that. These did have a 60-day comment period, which I kind of alluded to earlier. You have in your on-site packet, I think like 80 or 82 page packet of public comments. They were put in alphabetical order. There's questions about that too. They were put in by alphabetical order. And then we had the public hearing, which I would say was well attended. I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact number. However, we had some in favor and some opposed to these regulations. So just to let you know, now you can take whatever action you want on them. You know, it would be adopting them. And if that's the case, then the next step is for me to submit required documentation for the Secretary of State's office. It's published in the Kansas Register and it's effective 15 days after publication. And it probably would take, I would say, maybe 10 days to get them published because of the volume. Usually that takes more than just a few days, okay? If you decide to take no action on these, then what happens when the temp ones expire is we go back to what we have now, which means we would not, the Board of Nursing would not have regulations in place to match the law that was passed. So, or, you know, if you decide that you want changes to some of these, that can certainly be done. However, that process starts totally over again with any changes that are made. So that would impact, you know, probably the temp regulations because you know, on permanent ones, you have to have at least a 60-day comment period, and I would say it would take 30 to 45 days would be the fastest to get it through the approval process before that. So if you're talking, it takes a little bit. So I don't know if you have any questions for me on either this here or any of the comments, or if there's more information you need from me. Otherwise.
I hope you had a chance to review them. A lot of comments in our, in the public hearing, and then what was submitted electronically as well, and those are all included for you, so. Hearing no further discussion, we'll entertain a motion. I think this is roll call vote. Is that correct?
Yeah, excuse me, yeah, so we, need a motion, and then I will do a roll call.
And we're each listed here separately.
Yeah, I have to do it.
Pursuant to KSA 77-421B1, I move that the board adopt KAR 60-11-101 and that the vote be taken by roll call vote. The principal reason for adopting the regulation to be in compliance with KSA 65-1119.
I second Melissa Marquez, board member. Okay, then I will read each of your names and you'll just need to answer yes or no. Juliana,
Yes.
Rebecca,
Yes.
Audrey. Yes. Andrea,
Yes.
Lori,
Yes.
Melissa. Yes. Giovanni. Yes. Patsy.
Yes.
So that is 8 yeses, 0 no.
Motion carries.
Oh, we mean, okay, pursuant to KSA 77-421B1, I move that the board adopt KAR 6011-103 and that a vote be taken by roll call vote. The principal reason for adopting this regulation is to be in compliance with KSA 65-1119.
This is Andrew Goldsmith, I second.
Juliana,
Yes.
Rebecca,
Yes.
Audrey,
Yes.
Andrea,
Yes.
Lori,
Yes.
Lisa. Yes. Giovanni. Yes. And Patsy.
Yes.
8 yeses, 0 no's.
Pursuant to KSA 77-421B1, I move that the board adopt KAR 60-11-104 and that the vote be taken by roll call vote. The principal reason for adopting this regulation is to be in compliance with KSA 65-11.
I second Melissa Marquez, board member.
Any discussion?
Juliana,
Yes.
Rebecca,
Yes.
Audrey,
Yes.
Andrea. Yes. Lori,
Yes.
Melissa. Yes. Giovanni. Yes. Patsy.
Yes.
8 yeses, 0 no's. Pursuant to KSA 77-421B1, I move that the board adopt KAR 60-11-104A and that a vote be taken by roll call vote. The principal reason for adopting this regulation is to be in compliance with KSA 65-1119. Giovanni Cornell, second.
Any discussion?
Julie. Rebecca,
Yes.
Audrey,
Yes.
Andrea,
Yes.
Lori,
Yes.
Melissa. Yes. Giovanni. Yes. Patsy.
Yes.
8 yeses, 0 no.
Pursuant to KSA 77-421B1, I move that the board adopt KAR 60-11-105 and that the vote be taken by roll call vote. The principal reason for adopting this regulation is to be in compliance with KSA 65-1119.
I second Melissa Arpaza, board member.
Any discussion?
Juliana? Rebecca?
Yes.
Audrey?
Yes.
Andrea?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Melissa?
Yes.
Giovanni?
Yes.
Patsy?
Yes.
8 yeses, 0 no.
Motion carries.
Pursuant to KSA 77-421B1, I move that the board adopt KAR 60-11-107 and that the vote be taken by roll call vote. The principal reason for adopting this regulation is to be in compliance with KSA 65-1119.
Andrea Watson, board member, I'll second.
Any discussion?
Juliana?
Yes.
Rebecca?
Yes.
Audrey?
Yes.
Andrea?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Melissa? Yes. Giovanni?
Yes.
Patsy?
Yes.
8 yeses, 0 no.
Pursuant to KSA 77-421B1, I move that the board adopt KAR 60-11-113 and that the vote be taken by roll call. The principal reason for adopting this regulation is to be in compliance with KSA 65-1119.
Giovanni Bonell, second.
Any discussion?
Juliana?
Yes.
Rebecca?
Yes.
Audrey?
Yes.
Andrea?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Melissa? Yes. Giovanni?
Yes.
Patsy?
Yes.
8 yeses, 0 no.
It's a historic moment.
It is.
Congratulations to all the 8 parents. Okay, moving on. Our CE broker update. Adrian?
Not a whole lot left to update, just finishing up that data sharing agreement, which I said actually came in last night, so assuming that works out all right, and we get it all signed, that'll be good. Some of the technology portions, we've got it programmed and ready to go, so, really, we're just working through the logistics, and I guess we have a training, that kind of stuff we need to work on, but fitting it in, hopefully, for the end of the year, it's kind of the.
And if I could, this is Carol Moreland, if I could just add something to that, CE Broker is very good about providing information for us to share because it's going to be a big thing. I mean, I've kind of talked about CE Broker as I've been out, in the nursing community. And there's some thought that we're making them do this and stuff like that. So I think there's going to be a fair amount of education to be done, but they seem to have that in place and are going to be a lot of help to us, I think.
It's very nice.
Any questions? I think it will be very helpful. I think Becky's attitude toward as well. I've sent her license practice. I don't think there's really. Okay, talking about our format for December's board meetings. We've discussed having some in person and some virtual. It's really nice to be in person, so I just kind of want to see what the board's flavor is.
I like in person. I think our meeting, when we did our meeting Monday, I think it went really well. I think it moved faster.
exchange of ideas.
Well, dialogue in cases is much easier face to face, our cases. It also might be nice, that's sort of a change in committees for folks potentially, and so just that, just kind of exposure. It's just a little easier to interact and learn. Good point. It is a great.
Yeah, there's a big learning curve.
Particularly with some. Okay, so I'm hearing, in-person meeting for December. Adrian,
Yeah, I
Does
mean,
it work?
it seems to be working okay, so
it's working
we
well.
may want to get one little spare, but but that would be from our end, we certainly can manage it. I feel like it's going okay, so. And we'll try to get your instructions too.
That might be helpful. We'll be calling you
So if someone was not able to attend, then we would have the option to.
to do the virtual again.
Yes, it seemed, I mean, I wasn't real sure how this was gonna work out, but I think it's going okay. So.
It's worked well on my end, so thankful it was the option.
My only thought would be is our committees, are you gonna have everybody be in person? Are you gonna, is there some members who join remotely, do you still want to do like that, just so that we,
I'm sure that makes it really difficult. I know folks that are traveling across the state to come in for 1 hour meeting or a 2 hour meeting. It's a long drive for that. So I like having that option. I think it's good to encourage it, but I know that's a lot of work for you all, so.
yeah, I mean, we can certainly support.
Okay.
Might suggest if you plan on calling in, you might let somebody know that, so we have an idea of the amount of people that will be here. Actually, it would help staff, I think. So they can know what to expect, or if somebody's not on, we know to contact them. Maybe let them know ahead of time what the intentions are.
I think that's a request we might need to make to all committees, just to make sure they know that expectation.
Maybe you'll have a quorum.
Yeah. Yes.
Maybe one thing we could do for y'all on your, have an area for some general information, so like the instructions, maybe all of our contact info, the leadership cell phones. That sort of thing might be helpful if something comes up.
Maybe it would be helpful if we put committee and board members' assignments there too, because I know at the very beginning when we switch over, which those assignments will be made by the president and vice president after this meeting. And then we'll communicate them to you, but sometimes it might be nice just to have that information available to you.
We can put technical contacts too, so if we need to reach out to Colton or something. we can-
Colton's going.
Yeah.
Very brief.
She's smiling.
I have a quick question. So for example, Melissa was, mentioning that during there wasn't a quorum. Is there any way that somebody else can substitute or be there if we are present and can participate in that, or?
Oh, so like a different board member
Right.
might participate. I don't know. As long as
Yeah,
they
I'm
were.
not sure. If, I don't know how up to speed they would be on the information, might be a big thing there. Some of them, there's stipulations as far as kind of the experience that the board member has to have. Not all of them, but I think a few of the committees, like APRN has to have an APRN and a practicing nurse and some of those. So there's a few that have a few little requirements, but not all of them. So that's certainly
Something we could look at, I don't know if you think about finance committee, if someone needed to step in for that, and we were all pretty. So we might be able to do some.
Yeah, we hate for someone not to be able to have a meeting because of that. I was thinking along those lines also. Some of those rosters for the committees have specific seats that need to be filled. That's what throws me down. So that would be difficult. And the education packet typically is 350 to 900 pages, so it would be hard for somebody to come in. Yeah.
That's the-
Anyway.
Finance
Right.
That would be.
The others.
Question.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we face to face for everyone we possibly can, try to encourage them. Update on the implementation of S for House Bill 2279.
I don't think I have anything extra or additional to report. I want to say a huge thank you for adopting the regulations. You know, this has been a lot of work on a lot of people's parts. And it is, like Juliana said, it's truly history. And part of what the Board of Nursing does is keep track of the history of nursing in the state of Kansas. And this will be a milestone for them, then, truly. So thank you very, very much for your support of that.
Well, thank you and thanks to all the staff. I know there's been a lot of staff hours dedicated. And our licensing software update, I think we heard about that. this
Yeah,
morning.
no additional.
So we can move on to new business, or I know that we have one more executive session to take. Like, do the executive session here.
It's fine with me. You think maybe 20 minutes? Who wants to read this? That's for you.
So for KSA 75-4319B2, I move that the board recess into executive session for 20 minutes and reconvene at 1:00. PM. The meeting will be reconvened by Zoom and in room 509, Landon Office Building 900 Southwest Jackson, Topeka, Kansas 66212, as stated in the notice of the meeting that was sent to individuals who requested the notice and is published on the board's website at www.kspn.kansas.gov. The justification is consultation with the board's legal counsel, Assistant Attorney General Charles Danger.
Cheers.
Cheers. That would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship. The subject matter to be discussed in the executive session concerns legal issues regarding nursing programs, education, and internal license compliance issues. The board's executive administrator, Carol Moreland, and the director of operations, Adrian Merrill, is included as the client.
There a second?
Andrew Goldsmith, board member, I second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Motion carried. We're in executive session.
Thank you very much.
I mean, he can go on.
We can't start till 1.
When you guys get ready.
For the record.
You are.
Okay, sorry, just back on that.
Oh, sorry. Cool.
Sorry.
We're ready when you are.
You should be good to go.
Okay, we will reconvene our meeting and we're down to the new business with officer elections. So every year we elect new officers and we'll start with president, I suppose. So if there is interest in the president's position, now is the time to say that.
So otherwise, we just put recommend, do we just, this says I move to elect, does it mean I move to nominate or move to elect?
Done last year.
Okay. Sounds
Looks
good.
like board members nominated.
We
and then
nominate.
Once we
Okay,
had,
put it on there.
who was
Move to elect.
nominated,
Okay.
then you took a vote and then.
So we're open for nominations, right?
Yeah.
Is that what we're doing this year?
We'll do that.
Just, well, then I nominate Julie.
I second.
We do that?
Everybody
So you nominated, so if she says yes. Yeah.
Yes, I guess. You should have talked faster.
I'm glad to be here.
Oh, so I move to elect Juliana Resnick as president.
I'll second Melissa Orpey as a board member.
Okay, so you. That's me. We're just getting it done.
I think Becky should take over. So-
Second, is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say yes.
We have to ask if there's any other people that want.
Oh, yes, right, thank you.
Anybody else wants to?
Anybody else want to nominate? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstention? Motion carried.
Okay, moving on to vice chair. Vice president, and we'll take nominations.
I nominate Becky.
Andrea Watson, I'll second.
So we're reading this one? So. Rebecca Saunders. I move to elect Rebecca Saunders as vice president, and that is seconded by, let's see.
Andrea Watson.
Andrea Watson. And does anybody else want to nominate anybody? Did I get that one right this time? Okay. Now, everybody in favor? Well, she's.
Yeah.
Try to miss anything.
Is there any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Anybody opposed signify by saying
Me yesterday.
yes. Motion carries.
That is not about.
I've got some motions down here she's gonna read, so.
Okay, are there any nominations for secretary?
I nominate Andrea.
Any other nominations? So there's a motion.
I'll second. Melissa Arpaza.
Any discussion? All in favor of Andrea Watson being secretary, signify by saying yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, signify by saying no. Motion carries. Congratulations.
This is Carol Moreland. Did all of you fill out your preferences for what committee you want to? I got Melissa's yesterday because Juliana and Becky will meet afterwards. I just want to make sure that we have your preferences.
I only put down one and I didn't know where else I might be needed. Okay. I was gonna tell you that.
And I'll fill mine.
Okay.
Did we get all the elections?
Yeah, it's just.
So now we need to do the-
It's not much.
Not, we'll get the more in here.
There's lots of motions, Kevin.
Yeah. So now we're ready for our annual delegation. I think there's a stack of them.
There is a stack and remind me, some people cannot do some of it. Like the people on the investigative cannot be the ones who review or something like that. Maybe when we get to it, but you'll probably have to refresh my memory because that's why we do the elections first, because there's some people who can't. Who names could not come up on some of these.
Right, so if someone is on the investigative committee, they couldn't act as the agency head or they couldn't do some of the delegated duties.
Okay.
And some of this we have to fill in a name. That's.
You have to fill in a name.
designated too.
And some of it is the investigative chair.
Yeah.
That's done some.
So historically, has the agency head been the president?
The agency head was Andrea last time,
Because I had served on investigative committee.
and you might have had some that you Yeah.
But if you're not involved in the investigation committee, nor you can.
It's been a year.
Right. It's.
So this one you could probably do, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Do you think, Charles? that
And
she
there's a
should-
mechanism to where if a case came up that you'd been involved in, you can recuse, and then I think there's a delegation back.
Yeah, there's a next one here that says, should I be unable to?
That's what I think we did. I think I was just the delegate.
This second motion reads, if unable to serve as agency head, the board designee, and it has a name. So can I read this first one and put Juliana's name in there? Is that what I do? That will work.
Is there anyone new that's not familiar with the delegations that wasn't here last year? We're all the same people here.
I think we were all here last year and just in.
Lori.
Lori.
I started in July last year.
No, she was
She was
not
here for
in-
election. We just don't.
Sorry, not familiar with.
Yeah.
That's why there's a little-
Just a little.
So I'll start with this first one. Is that okay? I move that pursuant to KSA 2018 supplemental 77, is that supplemental? Is that what that means? That abbreviation stuff? I'll say
You don't
so.
have to say that
have
anymore.
to.
It's part of the statute.
Oh,
now, so you
okay.
don't have to say 2018 stuff.
Okay, 77-527 of the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act, the board designate and delegate to Juliana Resnick its authority as agency head to review, decide any issues, any orders concerning petitions for review, petitions for reconsideration, and motions for stay filled with the board and taking any action related thereto until further action by the board. Filed.
I so second.
Well, I think I need to hand this over since, so it's not a conflict of interest.
Is there any more discussion? Further? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstention?
I'll abstain.
Motion carried.
So on this next one, the first blank should say, should Juliana be unable to serve as agency head, then someone else is delegate.
This is where we put Andrea.
So we can make a motion that Andrea, we can put you in there, you serve in the same capacity.
Sure, yes.
I'm not sure this is total protocol, but
Well, were you ever doing?
serves an alternate. and serves-
You know.
Andrea.
Andrew twice.
Who needs a second on that? On the one that-
Becky did.
I did.
Yeah, because Andrea should be in twice on this. Juliana would be the first. Brett Charles.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Where they're trying to figure out whose name goes here, and I think it should say, I move that should Juliana be unable to serve as agency head, the board's gonna designate Andrea to serve as an alternate agency head, and in such circumstances, the board delegate Andrea. It's authority. Is that correct?
Okay, I'm gonna read these, somebody else gets to read the whole page later on, okay? I move that should Juliana be unable to serve as agency head, the board designate Andrea Watson to serve as an alternate agency head, and in such circumstances, the board delegate Andrea its authority pursuant to KSA 2018-77-527 of the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act to review, decide, and issue of any other concerning petitions for review, petitions for reconsideration, and motions for stay filed with the board and taking any other action related thereto until further action by the board.
I second Melissa Arpaza. Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
So, I move that the board designate and delegate to the chair of the investigative committee, the board's authority to, one, make a reasonable grounds determination pursuant to KSA 65-1120B and amendments thereto of the Kansas Nurse Practice Act regarding matters that have been recommended for emergency proceedings by staff or council. And two, act as presiding officer pursuant to KSA 77-514G and 77-551A and C and amendments thereto of the Kansas Administrative Procedures Act to conduct emergency proceedings and issue an order as required by KSA 77-536 on all matters that are being or have been investigated for any alleged violation of or compliance with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations adopted thereunder, unless the chair of the investigative committee determines the emergency proceeding should be conducted and decided by the investigative committee.
There a second?
Giovanni.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if we're on that, we can still vote on this.
You can, because this is delegating to the chair.
Okay, got it. And so to be on.
So Melissa made the motion and Giovanni made the second. Okay. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Any opposed? Thank you, Lori. Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
This is going to be motion 38 for the one that was just voted on, this is the motion 37.
So this is subject to motion 37. And then the other one would be
37.
all of it's 37.
So this referring to that prior motion.
Oh, it's all for the seven?
Yeah. Subject to motion 37 regarding delegation of the chair of the investigative committee, I move that the chair of the investigative committee is not. If the chair of the investigative committee is not available to act as described in motion number 37, the vice chair of the investigative committee is so designated and delegated to act as described in motion number 37.
I second Melissa or Pedro.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Any opposed signify by saying no. Motion carries.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I move that the board designate and delegate to the chair of the investigative committee the board's authority to what? Issue to an applicant meeting the qualification and requirements of the Kansas Nurse Practice Act and the Nurse License or Compact Act at any license certificate of qualification or authorization to practice nursing. 2, conduct hearings, enter into settlements and issue decisions regarding the assessment of fines pursuant to KSA 74-1110 and amendments thereto, involving an allegation that a person who submitted an initial renewal, endorsement, or reinstatement application for any license, certificate of qualification, or authorization to practice nursing has violated or not complied with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulation adopted thereunder. 3, make a reasonable grounds determination pursuant to KSA 65-1120B and amendments thereto regarding applications that are being investigated or have been investigated for any alleged violation of or compliance with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations promulgated thereunder by the board. And 4, act as presiding officer pursuant to KSA A 75-514G and 77-511A and C, and amendments thereto of the Kansas Administrative Procedures Act to review, decide, and issue any orders on matters or applications, whether initial, renewal, endorsement, or reinstatement for any license, certificate of qualifications, or authorization of practice nursing that has for any alleged violation of or compliance with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations adopted thereunder. Such delegation includes, but not limited to, sending warning or reprimand letters, entering into settlement agreements, conducting KAPA proceedings and hearings, issuing pre-hearing orders, issuing initial orders denying or imposing limitations on any license certificate or authorization to practice nursing under the Kansas Nurse Practice Act, and taking any other action related thereto. Unless the president determines the matter should not be sent to the Office of Administrative Hearings or further proceedings are considered and decided by the investigative committee.
There's a second.
Was there more?
This is Andrew Goldsmith, board member. I second.
Discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Any opposed signify by saying no. Motion carries.
The next motion will be, the one we just passed with voting. So that's what, this is still in.
From Dr. Rose.
Yeah.
All of a sudden I have a thing going, so I'll read the numbers. Subject to motion number 39 regarding delegations to the chair of the investigative committee, I move that if the chair is not available, the vice chair of the investigative committee is also designated and delegated to act as described in motion number 39.
Is there a second?
Andrew Goldsmith, board member. I second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Motion carries.
Okay, and this motion, what will go into the Bill Glanzer motion 40 for vote. Okay, subject to motion number 40 regarding delegation of application and motion number 40 regarding delegation of emergency proceedings, I move that the board designate and delegate investigative committee its authority to 1, conduct hearings, enter into settlement, and issue decisions regarding the assessment of fines pursuant to KSA 74-1110 and amendments thereto involving an allegation that a person who is granted a license, certificate of qualification or authorization to practice nursing has violated or not complied with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act and or regulations adopted thereunder. 2, make a reasonable grounds determination pursuant to KSA 651120B and amendments thereto of the Kansas Nurse Practice Act regarding persons who were granted a license, certificate of qualification, or authorization to practice nursing and are being investigated or have been investigated for any alleged violation of or compliance with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations adopted thereunder, and 3, act as presiding officer pursuant to KSA 77-514G and 77-551A and C and amendments thereto of the Kansas Administrative Procedures Act to review, decide, and issue any orders on all matters that have been investigated for alleged violations excuse me, of our compliance with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations adopted thereunder. Such delegation includes, but is not limited to, sending warning or reprimand letters, entering into settlement agreements, conducting reviews, proceedings and hearings, issuing pre-hearing orders, issuing initial orders that censure, revoke, limit, or suspend any license, certificate, or authorization to practice nursing under the Kansas Nurse Practice Act, and taking any other action related thereto unless the investigative committee determines that the matter should be sent to the Office of Administrative Hearings for conducting further proceedings and issuing an initial order or considered and decided by the board.
You're very welcome. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Motion carries.
Jill, what's the motion?
It's not a motion, it's a
There's
amendment.
no,
Oh.
no, they wanted their, they're gonna be delegate.
Yeah, you need to delegate somewhere. This one you said was,
Yeah,
It has to do.
I agree with that be, that would
Put you
make
back
sense
on
to
the-
put you,
that put you back on investigating, right?
right,
so basically in the absence of Becky, if she's unable to preside over investigative committee, then someone, then it would go to. Is the way I read it.
here I am.
I move that should a board member serving on the investigative committee be unable to serve as a presiding officer in the matter pending before the investigative committee, Audrey Goldsmith is designated and delegated by the alternate presiding officer of the investigative committee in that pending matter.
Giovanni Cornell, second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
I move that the board designate and delegate to the chair of the investigative committee the board's authority to, one, conduct hearings, enter into settlements, and issue decisions regarding the assessment of fines pursuant to KSA 74-1110 and amendments thereto involving creation of the licensee has violated or complied with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations adopted thereunder, for failing to submit to a mental or physical examination or an alcohol or drug screen, or any combination of these, when so ordered by the board pursuant to KSA 65-4924, or failing to complete the requirements of an impaired provider program of the board, or for failing to meet the requirements of the nurse licensure compact. 2, make a reasonable grounds determination pursuant to KSA 65-1120B and amendments thereto regarding licensees that are being investigated or have been investigated for failing to submit to a mental or physical examination or an alcohol or drug screen or any combination of these, when so ordered by the board pursuant to KSA 65-4924, or failing to complete the requirements of an impaired provider program of the board, or for failing to meet the requirements of the nurse licensure compact. And 3, act as presiding officer pursuant to KSA 75-514G and 77-551A and C and amendments thereto of the Kansas Administrative Procedures Act to review, decide, and issue any orders on matters involving all licensees that have been investigated for any alleged violation or noncompliance with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations adopted thereunder, regarding the failure to submit to a mental or physical examination or an alcohol or drug screen, or any combination of these, when so ordered by the board pursuant to KSA 65-4924, or failing to complete the requirements of an impaired provider program of the board, or for failing to meet the requirements of the nurse licensure compact. Such delegations include, but is not limited to, sending warning or reprimand letters, entering into settlement agreements, conducting KAPA proceedings and hearings, issuing pre-hearing orders, issuing initial orders denying or imposing limitations on any license, certificate, or authorization to practice nursing under the Kansas Nurse Practice Act, and taking any other action related thereto. Unless the president determines the matter should not be sent to the Office of Administrative Hearings for further proceedings or considered and decided by the investigative committee. 4, make referrals, cause evaluations, or grant requests for restrictions pursuant to KSA 65-4924.
Edgar goes for board member asset.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Any opposed signify by saying no. Motion carried. Ooh, that's a lot of work.
That's a lot of words.
Okay, we've taken care of all of our executive sessions for the day. So, any agenda items for December?
We will put in the June 20th minute.
And then final the board.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Somehow didn't show up. And we'll probably do an update on CD broker and, anything else?
Maybe a little bit more about the licensing software and the other software too. And hopefully we'll be moved data centers. Otherwise I might be really frazzled.
Well, I appreciate the work of the staff and all the board members being here as well. And hope you get the feeling better, Lori. Thank you all for your attendance today, and we'll consider ourselves adjourned.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.